All right. There we go. All right. So I gotta get Druid together. We gotta get Druid together and get it ready for some of the PTR dungeons. I mean, I'm not gonna chop it off, but we're gonna trim it. We're gonna trim it and instill some order. I'm not gonna lop it all off. I just need some structure to it. Shaman was really good. Problem is that Farseer is really fun, but it's so much work. I did really like the combination of being able to drop my totem, hit a single target heal with Totemic, and then hit a chain heal that would then proc the 200% downpour. That felt like absurdly strong when you had most of the people in it. It was actually really nuts. All right, I gotta set up my keybinds and all my good stuff here. Let's see. I mean, that should work. Where's my dispel? Why is it that every single dispel is like grayed out? Oh, it's like Nature's Cure or something? The fuck? Where is it? Here it is. You have to like manually drag it in and then set it because it's like, oh yeah, ordinarily it doesn't work on click casting. We did some Holy Priest. We did every healer and every combination yesterday except for Druid. So we're gonna start with Druid and then we'll see where it takes us. It automatically triggers Lobu. So if you cast a single target heal, it consumes the first 2 motes. You cast a chain heal after, it consumes the 3rd mote. And then it'll instantly trigger the downpour when that chain heal goes off. Yeah, the 2nd heal goes off. Yep. I mean, cat season might be possible, but I think something's going to have to happen to Oracle first, which could happen because it looks really nuts right now. It looks really, really nuts right now. And it's usually not the best to have a spec like really, really strong at the beginning of PTR cycles, but you never know. You never know. So what happens is you drop your totem Jedi, and you can cast a downpour, same as usual. But then the motes that are spawned from your surging totem get consumed with healing surge and chain heal, basically. And once you've cast both of those spells, your motes are consumed, and then it automatically triggers another downpour. Yeah. Press towns are similar, but like it's a decent enough facelift for 5-mans. It's a good change, but it's not like gonna make Prez meta. Not currently, at least, you know. Spirit Blue mid 5 people. I mean, you're getting a lot of cooldown reduction. They're making it so that the scales has a 60-second lower CD. That's not nothing. That's not nothing, thankfully. All right, mini items. God, they got like dragonflight items in here. Holy shit. Oh, hang on. I gotta keep the rings. I gotta keep the rings, actually. No. We're just gonna have a no cam day or something. I can't wait till I get a haircut. Druid, that's right. I know. We held off on it long enough. Anytime, Iris. Anytime. How Priest will play with the tier set and without mana. The mana was fine. In 5-mans, like, it'll probably push like Dis to play with Shield Discipline more regularly. Yep. Oh, well, that's right. Last season, the insurance gear was like randomly 730. All right, I got rid of all that crap. It's so weird. I was like, why am I having gear with insurance on it? This is last season. That's season 3 Dragonflight. Legion artifact in my bags. All right, clean enough. Ace verse, yeah. I still can't socket these either. Screw it. Okay, trinket wise, we want to run with the set bonus. And not retrieving fragments. I guess I should probably give a bit more love to this cocoon. See how it goes. Yeah. You can't use the sockets on PvP items. Otherwise I would. Yeah. Well, thank you, Pyro. Feeling burnt out with all the retail features. Must be a personal thing. They just add this, like, borrowed power to, like, make it so you can always progress keys. But then it also makes, like, more chores for you, you know? It just kind of makes more chores for you. I don't know what Chrono Odyssey is. Sorry. Monk's really good. Like, the tier sets kind of just drill down on what they're already good at. It's kind of like Conduit is going to just further accelerate your 5-man. Or sorry, Conduit is going to further accelerate like your raid mistweaving kind of gameplay. And then Master Harmony is just going to like make your damage better with fist weaving in dungeons. Yeah, at the moment, I think Disc especially is like really, really nuts. You get basically more shields. You can cast more shields. So I think it's an easy meta pick, at least so far. I don't think so at the moment, Gigs. I don't think so at the moment. We'll see if anything changed my mind here. I mean, their healing is good. Their healing's excellent. I think they need a little bit more than that. Yeah, Voidweaver's... I feel like Voidweaver's tier set bonus is actually just kind of weak, Valk. And a missile. Wait, are these new healing pots? Oh, there are new healing pots. Nice. Yeah, we'll see about our Druid being on top. We'll see, guys. What you say is for Voidweaver the max key with pugs? We could look at stats. What's already been done? Mplus healer. Voidweaver disc has done 19s. There you go. There you go. Oh, don't worry about the hair. Oh, don't worry about the hair, chat. Getting a haircut tomorrow. Wait, DK lost a bomb limb? I saw the post about like warriors and stuff like that today. Losing spell block and then like losing their shit. Below Lightsmith, just in average M+ score. But like, that doesn't mean that much. You know? Should be probably sorted by max key level. Look at Flame Shaper. Look at Flame Shaper. So what is the actual real utility going to be for DK if they don't have A-Bomb Limb? I thought their like raid utility was gripping stuff. Oh, AMC's back to being uncapped. Oh, okay. That's still pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Where is... Oh, here it is. Okay, so they got rid of A-Bomb Limb, uncapped AMZ. They're getting rid of spell block. What other big stuff? What other big stuff I'm missing? Best set so far? Probably Oracle, I think. Yeah. I mean, at least for 5-mans, Oracle. Yeah. I still got to test the Druid set. That's where we're getting all set up here. Yeah. Brewmaster rework, yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking like utility wise. Are there other like big shakeups to like dungeon or raid utility? You know. Dude, when was the last time we had a Brewmaster season? Oof. Yeah, you're all good, Jay. Conduit felt good, but like I think it's gonna feel better in a raid than it will in M+. Yeah, you could absolutely play Conduit in M+ if you wanted to, but I think it's just miles better to play it in a key. Or better to play it in a raid. Yeah. Alright, speaking of which, the rate at which your blooms grow is increased by 40%. Casting regrowth with clear casting causes blooms to grow up on a 2. 2 valid nearby allies. Okay. The blooms have a chance to trigger bursting growth every 2 seconds. Each stack of the blooms on an ally increases bursting growth healing by 30%. Where's the bursting growth? When the blooms expire or you cast Rejuve on their target, flowers grow around them. Okay. Yeah, I think it was BFA. Quit the raiding yellows in. Long story short, had a day during a reclear. During break, his ass step out, which I had no issue with. 3 to 4 minutes later, you got a DM for your raid leader. Pretty much told you that your performance was poor and you had to do what was best for the guild. What the fuck? Should at least like talk to you in advance about it. That's so weird. I'm sorry to hear it, man. It's a shitty way to do it. It's a really shitty way to do it. Well, it's also like, if somebody's not performing up to snuff, you gotta say something. You can't just, like, leave somebody hanging like that. Yeah, at least, like, give somebody an opportunity to improve and everything like that. So weird. Yeah, don't care about that. Don't care about that. Not taking any caster stuff. I should still have fluid form. Yeah, okay. And it's like anyway, regardless how good or bad you are. Yeah, that's the annoying thing. Like, my guild had to cut one person in Prague. And that almost like never happens, but they had to do it because they talked to him like multiple times and he wasn't improving, wasn't fixing what he had to fix. All that kind of stuff. But for like my guild, it was like, how can we make this the last resort, you know? How do we make this the absolute last possible resort? Half potency trank, but we're doubling the effectiveness of trank, so druids would be getting a current potency trank. Citation needed. Citation needed. Because the doubling of effectiveness for trank is only in 5-mans. So, and I think that's Keeper of the Grove that you're talking about, which I don't think they would be running with anyway in 5-mans. Like, you could, but like, Wildstalker would just be better. But if you're looking at Keeper of the Grove for a raid, in your 20-player environment, Trank would be the same value. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I think that's only for Keeper of the Grove, so... Yeah. I think if everyone Shadow Meld, but Bloodlust is at 100%, is not available for M+. Fuck if I know, man. Blizzard loves that, like, oh my god, value. You bring Bloodlust, and you must bring a class for Bloodlust, because that makes a class feel cool. Hell if I know. Hell if I know. Yeah, there's almost certainly going to be a third Demon Hunter spec. It sounds like they're going full tilt. They didn't say it was going to be a healer, right? No way. No way. Yeah, it says damage, doesn't it, on the leak? Yeah, I think people would be very disappointed if they were expecting a Demon Hunter healer. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. You think they balance healers well now? Just add another one into the mix. Think about like all of the all the stuff that they've missed with, like Prez, all the stuff that they've missed with Prez. I think that like adding another healer is going to help. Yeah, Demon Hunter wielding a two-hander seems weird as well. And I do think that it's going to happen, that they'll have a third Demon Hunter spec. Because like it would also just make a lot of sense when it comes to a new expansion. Like, how are you going to add new stuff to classes? Well, they did Dragonflight talents already. They did hero talents already. They're not going to do more of that stuff. And making an entire new class like they did in Dragonflight, kind of a bit of a stretch. But if they make Demon Hunters look really cool, then like, And then they bring back Illidan again. Oh my god. That'll probably do it. that'll do it. Make the H a support spec. Oh my god. Oh, they absolutely are going to bring back Illidan. But I don't know if it's going to be in Midnight or if it's going to be in The Last Titan. Yeah. Yeah, they'll have Void Illidan and he'll use his Void powers for good. Void is just like the new Fel, Support would make sense if they made it Soul Eater themed, since it fits with their lore. Source is, I made it up. Banger. Yeah, we tested every healer yesterday. Except for Druid. So we gotta start today with Druid. That's the plan. Make it a support if it's dog shit like Og right now. So that's what I thought, Seb. Yeah, the first two are just a Havoc, Demon Hunter, and a VDH, and it's almost like a Sarkareth situation where they're revealing the abilities. Yeah. That's what I thought. That was the impression I got from it. Yeah. Void Weaver was like, okay, Jake. Yeah, I'll probably work on a video today or something like that. Once I finish my my testing cycle and stuff. But I feel like Void Weaver actually had like a really weak tier set compared to Oracle. And so like it's, fine, but it's fine and it's fun to play with. The gameplay loop is very fun, but the actual like performance itself is kind of just like The Oracle set's not only giving you haste, which will reduce the cooldown of your shield and your penance. That's super nuts. Having extra insight charges during like Piety and Solace is really nuts as well. Like that's super sick. Yeah, it's just gonna be tough to beat. It's gonna be tough to beat Oracle with how it's developed right now. This place seems a little empty. Yeah, we tested every single healer and every single combo yesterday except for Druid. So, kind of want to get a little like world tour around here and see how the continent looks like. We're going to do Druid testing, and then I'm down to go back and test any other specs and stuff that people want to see after that. Any point to leveling up the belt? It gives you stuff, gives you stats. Not a bunch of reasons, but not really a ton of reasons. But it'll probably be worth upgrading fully before the new season comes out. Because it'll probably be better until you get like a mythic option or something out of the next raid. Yo, Rez, thank you so much for the full year, dude. No, I didn't unlock the cloak yet. I figure there's a decent amount of questing I have to do first for it. I just wanted to see where the raid entrance was. Oracle Tier said, do you get 7 with Clairvoyance? No. Clairvoyance is its own separate thing. It's only when you activate the Piety ability or you activate the Solace ability. Yeah. That would be pretty sick, though. Yeah, they did update all the Druid animations. They're like slight upgrades, but you'll see them a little bit here and there. Exclamation point guides for all the belt stuff. You just run the crit effect as a Discant Holy Priest. Damn, this place is cool. I assume this is our raid vendors. Renowned Quartermaster. The appearance of the Manaforge Omega Cloaks. Huh. The passives for the belt and stuff like that, well, the like gem or whatever it is that you have in there, that's affecting everything in gameplay. But the like bonuses, I think that stuff's only like delves. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You have to have the rest of your apps on. That's gonna be funny for when people go back and re-clear the raid that they have to go put on some extremely they have to go do some quests basically to actually get in there. So yo, what up, Todd? But the lore, Zoo. Come on. But the lore. Man, they really like missed an opportunity to have Koresh like hanging around in the sky, you know? You know when like Illidan like pulled Argus out of the sky? Oh, you get the cloak there? Neat. I do like you can kind of just fly right through it like the other domes. The Nelf Racial Potion for keys. Basically, that is going to be helpful mainly for like tanks so that they don't have to be Night Elf if they don't want to. Or if you're like a Paladin, for example, you could still do the really powerful like Shadow Meld skips that other tanks can do. That's probably like the most common use. And like people might use it as just like a better invisibility potion because it'll allow you to mount up, get into combat with mobs. And then if you get enough, separation or distance between them, then you can just easily rip the Shadow Meld pot. So there's like good situations for it, but nobody in their right mind is going to just like hold off on using a damage potion for a long period of time for like a clutch. Oh my God, last second save, That's not going to happen. 0 new dungeon. Ooh. All right, let's boogie. I missed it. Yeah, the abandoned penalties. I mean, we'll see. We'll see with the abandoned penalties. I think it's gonna just mark a whole bunch of players, and then people are still gonna just like be forced to be inviting them or have like less options. I don't know. It's probably gonna result in a lot more like culture shift and like calling out the bad culture. Because everybody's had those experiences with people leaving, and everyone's like just super, super insanely sick of it. You go fuck their penalty. I'll not be held prisoner in a weekly because 12 people have 2 fingers and 0 eyes. See, the thing is, I feel like they're going to make it pretty forgiving so that, if it's like a one-off or something, you can just kind of bail and you'll be fine. But if you do it like repeatedly in multiple different runs, that's when they're going to tag you. But I feel like as WoW's gotten like more and more, you know, like worldwide, that not everybody has the same sort of like social contract type stuff. And so that's why they have to have these like punitive measures, you know? So yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be one of those like, if you understand every once in a while people leave kind of deal, fine. Yeah, PTR is the public test realm. So anybody can get on. You gotta, if you've never gotten on PTR before, you just gotta go to battle.net, connect your account to it, and then you can do it up. Basically, the penalty for leavers is just like marking your account that you leave keys frequently. It's not even like gonna get you banned or anything like that. At least not yet. Not yet, at least. So it's for the tanks that leave after one wipe every other key. Exactly. Exactly. Got a tank? We got a tank. Next priest, I recommend Pally for a first time healer. I think Shaman's easier, but Pally would work too. They both would work. There's two YouTube streams, Ev. There's two YouTube streams. So, getting a haircut tomorrow, guys. Getting a haircut tomorrow. It's just a little unruly today. 2 to 11 players will have a lot of did not finish marks. Probably. Probably. There is... I'm going to explain everything to him. Talk to Locust Walker in Dorn to get to Tazavesh. Fly off towards Koresh. And turn around and fly through where the portal should be. You can get in before it disappears. So... Brew Preservoker meta? I wouldn't count on a Preservoker meta. Sorry. I wouldn't be counting on it. Wait, where did he just go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is a vote to leave. It's a vote to abandon. Yeah. It's a whole vote to abandon thing. All 14 of us brewmasters are looking forward to the changes. I hope you get him, buddy. I hope you get him in. Infusion light change for Pally, I think is pretty good. Because it's going to make it so that you have less infusions, but more effective ones. which I think is what people have been kind of wanting for a while. Dude, the blooms are going crazy for me right now, yeah. Our Druid S tier. I mean, a spec can do like really good healing, but I don't think that's like a great way of like hinging the theory that something's gonna be meta. Like, oh, it does really good healing right now. It's gonna be meta in 8 weeks. It's like, if really good output's kind of all they have, then it's kind of precarious, basically. Because there's a decent chance that it could just get nerfed. And like, yeah, that's the other thing that KD says. Like, Druid already does really good healing in 5-mans. Especially on like a lot of like the rot fights, which feel like effortless for it. So it's like, yeah, I mean, that's great. But what else you got? What else is going to make you like meta? It's going to make you actually meta, Holy Priest meta in Raid? I think so too. I agree with that. Their healing has been really, really strong ever since Raced World first ended, basically. Yeah. So, Season 2 is already out. Season 3 is coming out likely August. Not anything official. TBD. See, I was really expecting us to have to, like, jump into these puddles or something. You got munched.
Hey, Jack.
Yo. Carlos, leave this 7 months. Welcome back, welcome back. Your prediction is September 2nd for Season 3? Dang, that's late. So, that's like usually how it's gone, but it seems like they've been making their PTRs go faster and faster and faster, Yeah, the Criponus actually is really, really bad werewolf. Yeah. The DH bosses will be optional for World First. I haven't looked at their loot tables, but I think if Blizzard does it correctly, they're going to make the bosses, not insanely difficult, but also rewarding enough that you're going to really like want to go do the bosses. But there is precedent. There is precedent with optional bosses in High Mall not being killed, and that's how Race to World First was achieved back then. They skipped the Butcher encounter. So that could also happen. I think Blizzard would want to do that, in fact, for the drama, And honestly, every single World First Raider knows or has heard of the Butcher incident. So if any fans get upset, that like World First teams skip that boss, that's on them, But the Butcher was like this really tough patchwork fight. It was like almost entirely a patchwork fight and like an output check. And people were bringing like 6 healers into their 20-man. Crazy, crazy stuff. Yeah. August 5th or 12th, based on the Mplus testing. That's what they've scheduled. That's what they've scheduled. But in the past, they've also been like, hey, we have another week of Mplus testing. That's actually what they did last season. So I think that's what's going to happen. But also, Blizzard's been fine, like, bumping things back. Yo, what up, noob? Plus a Mistweaver Monk. I think it's not really like much of a hybrid anymore. It's more of like you play Conduit and you play like a Mistweaving setup in raids. You play Master of Harmony. You play a Fistweaving setup in keys, and that's your sort of like hard break between the specs. That's kind of how I view it. Man. Yep. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Destro. I think it's almost a guarantee at this point that they're going to have a third Demon Hunter spec. I just hope that they kind of announce it for like midnight. I hope it's like a midnight feature and it gets like all hyped up and everything. I think them just like hard dropping a spec or hot dropping a spec without like player testing is not the recipe for success. I do not actually think that's the recipe for success. Maybe the pre-patch event, yeah. That could be good too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean if you read it, guys, it's not a healer. It's not a healing Demon Hunter. Yeah, it worked out fine for Og, just hot dropping it. It was great. Yeah, Oracle Disc owns, Carl. Oracle Disc still owns. Can we heal allies with I-Beam like Prez? Because then it's gonna be positional requirements, Werewolf. Careful about what you wish for, okay? Careful about what you wish for. They're gonna be like, wow, what a good idea. Let's give Demon Hunter I-Beam that heals. And also, because it heals so much, we're gonna make them have 15-yard range. So you gotta be up the ass of your teammates to do it, okay? Listen, just careful what you wish for, okay? Yeah, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, what if you used momentum and fell dashes to heal your allies by running through them? It sounds cool on paper, chat, but then think about when people are not stacked and how awful that's gonna be, okay? I'm just here to save you guys from the bad things happening. Yeah, Fell Rush to heal. How did that work out for Chi Torpedo? How did that work out for Chi Torpedo? Yep, Prez already off when you got one range in Africa. The other one in Ibiza. Yep. Well, did you hear, Lobu, that Mr. Pandaria is coming back for a limited time event? Miss Pandaria Classic. Holy. And you'll be able to play it a little bit before they immediately drop the next season. Isn't that great? I feel like I'd play so much more Classic if they didn't drop it like a month before the next season, you know? Yeah. We think the next season's going to be like August-ish. That's the current running theory. Way to control which buffs, debuffs grow and sell? Do I need to find another solution? Which way they grow? Yeah, open up like the healer indicator. Because that's where all your usual like healing effects and stuff are going to be at. You open up that, and then you can start controlling what order that they actually end up growing in, and how they're working, and everything like that. So, I think about a dozen times I've been asked about the best healer so far, Soy. Something like that. It just means that whenever we make tier lists, you're like, oh my god. Tier list money printer hack. That's right, baby. Is this like a full ass mini boss? This guy's insane HP. This is like the new bubbles. He's like stacking up huge dots on us. Wrong tier list now is that Blizzard nerfs the wrong healers. Like, yeah, disc is not OP, guys. Yeah. Listen, chat. You guys flatter me, but there's no way Blizzard listens to me. They don't listen. Yeah. That's right. Maybe I just gotta go play hardcore amounts of Resto Druid. Make it look super strong. And then encourage Blizzard to nerf that. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I hope we don't have another VDH season. Holy shit, man. I'm with you. I'm with you. Bug silent sigil and chains to not work and just don't fix it. That sounds like something Blizzard could definitely do. That sounds like something they definitely could do. Honestly, my mana feels pretty damn good with this. Is Wowhead connected to Blizzard, or is it fan-made? It is 100% fan-made. Yeah. They have never been part of Blizzard. There was even times where... I don't know if I do actually say that. Yeah, there's been times where like Blizzard and like Wowhead have even like clashed and stuff in the past too. Been weird. Oh, that's right. I haven't been grabbing my buff. Haste reduced by 30%. Oof. Up Nilar. This Uber's looking really good, bait. Yeah. I think for quite a few specs, this is sort of like a continuation, which is like, I don't know. It's okay, but I was kind of expecting some more for some of them. I was expecting more for like Shaman. I was expecting more for... Honestly, a little bit more for Paladin with like getting Tears Deliverance fixed up and everything like that, you know? Pres be much better. It's like a bit better, but not gonna be like insane or anything. Yeah. Not gonna be insane or anything. Alright, let's go see this Druid healing, baby. Oh my god, the Symbiotic Blooms. What was the other piece? They have a chance to trigger Bursting Growth. Oh, that's right. The clear casting is having the guaranteed procs. Nice, I got a ring. That's a good ring, too. Had to pick a healing core for raid. That is super impossible to pick. I mean, we'll have to see how like Prez is gonna fit into the mix, and we got to see damage patterns. That's what this is, Couch? Question mark. I like Disc and Holy Priest as a comp right now a lot. Prez is going to be getting a lot better, but part of Prez's niche is like ramping when you're also stacked, which may or may not be on some of those encounters, you know? That may or may not be on some of the encounters. I feel like Mistweaver is going to be nuts again. Raid testing starts next weekend. Next Thursday. Yeah. I have a feeling Mistweaver is going to be really, really highly valued. Not only is like their damage already really high, like their passive damage contribution really, really high, but it's going to get higher with the changes, having Shayloon's gift and Thunder Focus Tea reducing the cooldown of like your kick and all your other abilities with that gift of the Jade Serpent at a Conduit of the Celestial. It's like all this cooldown reduction that you get. Procking that off Shayloon's and Thunder Focus Tea is going to be nuts. More of like a Mistweaving, rushing wind kick type setup. Yeah. And then probably still like fist weaving in a 5-man with like Master of Harmony. Yeah, next week is Mplus testing, and it's going to be next week's going to be Mplus testing as well as the raid testing. I'm getting it, man. I'm so tired of people talking about my fucking hair, man. Getting a haircut tomorrow. Yeah, holy shit, dude. Oh no, you're getting banned for that in Apple. Yeah, just chill, guys. It's super fucking annoying. Yeah. Yeah. Casting focus and raids, you're not playing it? It's, yeah, I mean, it's already there right now, Logain. It's already there right now. It's because it's like right now you're playing Rushing Wind Kick, you're playing Yu'lon, and you're doing all like that fun stuff. And you're just going to do more of that with Conduit of the Celestials, you know? So. I mean, I don't know. It's just like annoying hearing that like every fucking day. It's just annoying hearing that every fucking day. Who's definitely not in raid? I don't know if you could count anybody out. Because like some of these things are just like output differences. Like if Resto Druid just does like a shitload of output, you're just gonna bring it, you know? Race to World First brought Mistweaver not only because their output was good, but also because their damage was really, really good, you know? Also because their damage is like super, super good. Thank you for the 5 months, dude. And Mog, thank you for the gifted. I appreciate you, man. The PC and desk are not usable. That's right. How much longer do you have on all the remodeling going on? I still haven't heard back on my PC's like RMA. I still have no idea. 3 weeks. Ugh. Change everything next week. Tuesday drops patch notes, makes Rejuve do 500% more healing. Yeah. Or I think more likely they might nerf the symbiotic blooms a little bit. We'll see though. It's this one and this one, I think. Yeah. Because Keeper was the mini tranks. Yeah. Yeah, Keeper was all like the mini tranks and stuff. Which I think you're basically just going to run all the time in raids anyway. Yeah. Yo, what up, lady? Implant for druids? Let me see. Oh, running Swiftmend or Wild Growth causes a bloom to grow on a target for 6. They have a chance to cause another growth of the same type. Maybe that would be better. Let's try it. Let's try it. I've only played with like one Brewmaster so far, and they made it look pretty effortless. But it's also M0, so I don't know. Oh, 100% Sab. Because like they could very easily just like tune up one healer to like nuts output. Because a big part of raiding, especially raid healing, is when it comes to DPS, you need to bring a variety of like damage profiles to meet the checks that you have. You know, so when you have a raid encounter in like World First and stuff like that, a lot of what we saw in Liberation of Undermine was like dots were really, really good. And you could just bring a lot of specs that would, you know, do a lot of good dot damage or something. But if you have a lot of like, I don't know, 2-target cleave or 3-target cleave or something along those lines, a lot of prio targets that have to die that you have to switch to quickly, you start bringing DPS that can fill in that role. The problem is healers have different healing profiles that they sort of excel at, but they're not as specialized. Like you don't just like, we have to bring this healer and they're only going to do single target. And we bring this healer and they're just going to do AoE. Like that doesn't really exist. It's so much more important to have just like high output. And some of them will do it in a sustained pattern. Some will do it in like a really bursty pattern. And that's how you sort of just shake up your healing cooldowns. But most of the time what happens is you're bringing healing cooldowns that sort of overwhelm a mechanic. So you just have multiple different layers of stuff happening all at once to prevent anybody from like bleeding out and dying, you know? So output, like the raw number, matters such a massive amount for healers because even if it's not a perfect profile, if you just do a shitload of healing, you're just going to be meta. Or a bunch of damage while you're healing, then you're going to be fine. So, yeah. So at this point, I've tested all the healers. I'm going to do another run on Druid just to get some like more practice because I wasn't really using many of my Grove Guardians. I wasn't really using much Trank, and I want to see how that's going to feel as well. Raid testing starts next week, and Mplus testing starts next week, Daniel. Yeah. That's right, Blue. Finally getting the Druid together. Finally. Yeah. Restless Shaman felt good, but I feel like you really, really, really want to have people in your healing rain because you just do so much extra output with the tier set bonus. Because like once you consume your moats, then you're going to be able to trigger the additional like 200% downpour, which is like really, really powerful. Yeah. So they got like the M0's rain, but they don't have the they don't have like M+, you know? Yeah. Yeah, HPAL felt good. I'm kind of disappointed that they didn't do more to HPAL though. Because like they should definitely get rid of Tier's Deliverance or just make it better. I don't know. But that seemed kind of lame. There's 2 slots right now for Power of the Silver Hand. So I don't know if they're getting replaced by a better talent or what, you know? So we'll see. Farseer tier set's weird. It feels fast and fun, but you get more Riptide charges than you can realistically use. Yeah, that's my problem with it. Is like, Riptide's already not that good. It's like already not that good. Fuck it. Double log. The meld pot for Healy Boys. It'll be like situationally good. It'll be situationally good, but like ideally you should be like using your DPS pots and stuff like that. I feel like it's gonna be best for everybody when you can use it in place of invis skips, because you can actually like mount up, run through mobs, and then hit the invis pot, you know, or the shadow meld pot. Yeah. Just something more grandmas and grandpas. Yeah. There's still like no quality of life, and that's what bites me. That's what really, really bites me. The Farseer is Totemic just plays most of the game for you, and then Farseer does not play the game for you, and it makes you work harder to get better value. It's like, yay. It's like, why would you sign up for that? I also feel like it's harder to use to get through this portal now. So. Drop combat and fight, res somebody is an option. It's definitely an option, but it's also been an option already for just playing Night Elf. So it's like, what other racial is like so insanely valuable? Because in the incoming season, yeah, there's gonna be some like poisons and bleeds and things like that. Like Dwarf always has good value, but is it gonna be so insane in any of these dungeons? I don't know. Curse Dispel in Halls of Atonement, maybe. You know, you really shouldn't need the poison. I think it'll be nice, but not mandatory kind of deal. I don't know. Yeah, it's like Oracle knowledge for ranking healers. Ranking healers. What, you mean like a tier list? Like a tier list? God, I love tier list season. I love me some tier list season. Most annoying early PTR questions. I don't want to like dunk on people for asking questions, though. How dare you ask me what's good every season? You should be ashamed of yourself. That is true, Riku. Yeah. So you're a good streamer. I would love to dunk on him. Wow, content creator tier list. Yeah, because that's not going to hurt anybody's feelings. That's not going to hurt anybody's feelings or make anybody upset at me or anything. Yeah. Call somebody mid and they just hate you for life. Yeah. Yeah. Never cause any issues. Mm-hmm. See, like that guy got all soft when I got timed out. Because it wouldn't just put everyone in S tier, but then they'd be like upset because one person is slightly above them, you know? Just ridiculous stuff. Just ridiculous stuff. Since we're all in PTR season, we want to know what you think. What's my perfect Sunday? I wake up on a beach. There's a mojito in my hands. I'm somehow magically not sunburnt. And nobody asks me my thoughts about Resto Druid. That's my perfect Sunday. Or watching football. Dude, God, we need football back so badly. My guild's just talking about basketball, and basketball, like, never ends. They're like, did you see this next game in the finals? The half fractional quarter regionals? I'm like, God, just play the Super Bowl for basketball already. Given that it's not Sunday, what do you think about Resto Druid? Oh, what a good question. What a good question. It's pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the blooms are really like what's carrying. I swapped to what is it? Implant. Casting Swiftman and Wild Growth is triggering the blooms, and that seems to be pretty damn good. Playoffs been going on for 2 months. Yeah, that's way too long, dude. Just play the game already, you know? Go decide who wins. Go decide who wins. Only thing unlikely about that perfect Sunday is not getting sunburnt. True. So true. Well, it kind of continues the trend, I think, that Resto Druids had, where you cast Wild Growth not because it does, like, good healing, but you cast it because it applies other stuff, like mastery stacks. Yeah. Or more blooms. Yeah, Disc owns, man. Disc is really, really good. Disc got, like, one of the best tier sets. At least for Oracle. The Void Weaver one is like fine, but not great. Dude, this guy's got 5 symbiotic blooms on him out of nowhere. Literal hours since this time to World First Key. I know, man. It's been way too long. Best healers for novice players to learn would be like Totemic Resto Shaman, probably being the easiest. Honestly, I feel like Pally might be easier to learn these days than Holy Priest. Usually it has been Holy Priest, but they got a lot of buttons to juggle between. Yeah. I got a lot of buttons to juggle between. Yeah, man. Blizzard just had all their interviews about how many swirlies the game had and how they want to get rid of all these swirlies. So this is their like last hurrah. Yeah, PTR is public test realm. So anybody can play. You just got to sign up your Battle.net account for it. So log into the Battle.net site, and then you just like sign up for PTR from there. Yeah. Probably like Totem Shaman, H-Pal, H-Priest. Yeah, I think so. Something like that. Swap the bottom left choice node. Wait, to about Flourish or? A Druid question counter from Nightbot. I wonder if I could structure that. Because then you could have like every healer kind of compete. Twin Sprouts is this. So funny enough, chat was like, you should play Implant. I should have hit you up first, boo. Most of the buttons for Shaman are like utility rather than like healing buttons, you know? Yo, Gexel, thank you for the 18 months. Use clear casts? Alright. I can do that. I can do that. What's your like rule of thumb, Vic, when it comes to placing your light blooms? Do you really put it on like... Oh, I don't think this really deals... Yeah, it says like no damage. Put on like tank and then like a squishy DPS all the time. Leave it at that. This is M0, yeah. Same as Pally Beacons? Okay. Yeah, you can have add-ons on PTR. A lot of them are unstable right now, so I'm not going to like bother with them, but I'll probably start setting all my stuff up next week. So... Weird cooldown when I first learning it. Most healer CDs are more healing, while Apotheosis, you have to play those CD reductions. Yeah, it is. It's kind of similar to what monks have with their Celestials, where it like just empowers your future cast and everything. So, and we'll see about the add-on purge. I wouldn't be surprised if they were like gonna try to do some stuff that would neuter add-ons long term. But how much that they're actually going to neuter them, I think will vary drastically. Like, they talk about not showing specialized buffs or debuffs or something like that, which would fuck with Cell and other add-ons like it, like Grid and everything. But I don't know if they really have the balls to go through with it. Or at least that drastically, you know? That's my thought right now. But man, oh man, do I hate default frames because I'll lose my life bloom targets and forget where they are. And then reapply them way too early. Because you can only track 3 buffs, and it's tracking these symbiotic blooms that I just can't focus on. Ah, man. New sets are in the capital cities. Yeah. Yeah, new sets are in the capital cities. Well, they're gonna have click casting because that's what I'm using right now. Foolish is I'm using Blizzard's like built-in click casting stuff. One button rotation Druid right now. Yeah. Just search click casting, Foolish. It's there. Please tell me this is recent. It's been around since Sanctum of Domination in Shadowlands. I mean, it still sucks because like there's certain abilities that it'll like bug out on. BRB driving into a highway median. I mean, it's still not good. Just, you know, it's just existed for a while. Disc is actually not too difficult to play in a key environment, Ryan. Yeah, don't let it intimidate you. Disc is a lot harder to play in a. Disc is a lot harder to play in a raid. Quick update on our Druid. It feels really strong with its symbiotic blooms. I feel like that's more of like what's carrying my output. It's like symbiotic blooms and regrowth. It's like doing all the heavy lifting. And I feel like I'm just casting a bunch of spells, like, you know, regrowth during clear casting to like force blooms onto specific targets, basically. I feel like I'm just kind of like forcing certain casts just to like put the symbiotic blooms on the targets that I want. And that's about it. Not because like they actually do a lot of healing on their own. So it's still like you cast this spell, which applies this buff, and then that's the thing that actually does like the healing. Not the original spell itself, which is kind of annoying. I haven't tested Keeper yet. Yeah. Yeah, this is back-to-back runs with the same Wildstalker setup. Yep, tested all the healers. Yesterday we tested all the other healers. We're just starting with a couple rounds of Druid so I get caught up on it. Yeah. Oracle Holy basically casts Serenity when applying Palm. That's generous. It's like half a Serenity Lion. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Bursting Growth, and they expire. Or you cast Rejuve on their target. So I guess I would clear cast, regrowth a target, and then I would Rejuve after the fact to trigger the other heal. And it feel better for Arsham with all the crit. It felt fine. Yeah. It felt totally fine. I don't know. They have plans for an add-on purge, Kuballs, but we'll see what they actually go through with, you know? That's all on Farseer next patch from all the videos you've seen. Yeah, it's it just like doesn't play the game for you, and other stuff to do. Thank you, Ben. Get an haircut tomorrow, chat. I know my hair looks different. It's different. Don't worry, chat. It's fine. Please stop bringing up my hair. Just be bald? I could never. I'm still recovering from the headset dent. That's what all the hair is covering up, guys. Dude, I know, Chipmunk. It's so weird. Now I know why streamers go without cameras. Yeah. Now I know why people stream without a cam. CBT and P-Wave could be changed a bit. But, I mean, it could be. They would just have to really, really change Heal Wave a lot, though. Or, like, make it a lot better. Because there's so few talents. Like, what the hell just happened? I just lagged out. I just got disconnected. Damn. You'll see it in a sec when I get back into game. But Druid has this. Shaman has this. A lot of specs have this, where, like, certain abilities have, like, 5 or 6 different talents that buff it a lot, like Chain Heal. But then there's, like, 2 that buff, like, Riptide, you know? Definitely Discben being one of the best. Yeah. Unintended BlizzCon next year? Definitely, James. Yeah. You should go if you can. If you can afford it and stuff. Make plans now. Start saving up for it. Just about every content creator that I know is going to go and going to do stuff. Yeah, I read that Thune article as well, Clan. Yeah, like 70-80% of all the Riptide healing is just the instant healing of it. Yeah. If they need to comment on it, I don't know, man. I don't know. Just when you finish getting all your keybind set up. Wait, you got DC'd as well? Oh, shit.
EA.
Yo, Joker, thank you for the 9 months, my dude. They probably would be doing last Titan announce or something similar. Yeah. Because, what's the math? We're not getting a season 4 for War Within. We have the tier in like August, September. Let's see. We have the tier in like August, September. What's the shortest that we've had alpha into a new expansion? I don't know, 8 months? 7 months? August, the 8th month of the year. I don't know, let's just say 7 would be 15 and 3 would be like March. So if the new season drops in like August, we could get a new expansion in like March. That could be new season. Next BlizzCon's in August, I think. It's like July or August. It's weird this time around because usually it's November. Yeah. Oh, is it September? Okay. So that would go, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7 months in. So we would basically have like the second season of Midnight into BlizzCon, which would then set up them announcing the next expansion at BlizzCon. Or at least like a trailer or something. Yeah. Something like that. Let me relog real fast. $11.2 and all our nice UI week or break. I doubt it. I don't think they're going to do anything until like maybe midnight. But if anything, I think there's going to be like a period where they make like a bunch of easy raid fights that don't require a lot of weak auras, and then they prune down the weak auras afterwards. I did use Tell Me When back in like Warlords before I actually started using weak auras. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That big blocky add-on. Yeah. You still use it? Yeah. I made it if it works, right? That was weird. Please reset all my keybinds. Of course it did. Tragic. Have Iron Bark, have Life Bloom. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yo, I didn't Liffy. 12-1 be too early to announce it? I mean, I guess we already know that it's announced, right? Yeah, at this point we played every healer setup. I don't know. I guess it'd be worth to try Keeper, even though I don't think that we're actually gonna play it in dungeons. But I guess we might as well. I guess we might as well. Not anymore, Liffy. I'm taking a break at least from it. Maybe we'll get it back in after the season starts or something. But we are full tilt working on next season stuff. The the Night Elf pots. You fuck with me too as well, Ben. The Shadow Meld, the Night Elf pots. I think they're like pretty good utility. I think the best part of them would be using them like a pseudo invis pot where you can like mount up, run further than you would from an invis pot, and then have everyone Shadow Meld together. It's good for like prop pallies, or if tanks don't want to have to be a Night Elf, then they can have the option as well. Something like that. Yeah. Stuff like that I think is going to be pretty good. So. You get into the dungeon. You fly past it. Wait, I don't want him to get in, so I won't tell him. No, you just fly past it, and then you fly in. Actually, I really should not have done that because I didn't reset the instance, and it's going to put me into the back of the instance, isn't it? Yep. Tragic. Tragic. Oh well. Yo. New tier sets? Any world where you see a rampant lightsmith build? I don't know if I would call it ramping, but I think there actually is a chance you could run lightsmith. You like stack an insane amount of crit. Your Crusader Strike crits are also going to proc Hammer and Anvil. You run like Virtue, which might be a little bit pricey, but you know, I think it's just really, really nuts output. It felt good. It felt good. I could definitely see a world where you could mess around with it again. Voidweaver feels really fun, but it's still very limited in its like healing profile. It just only does like really fat AoE healing and then nothing else. So it's, you know, it's decent. It's really only good at big AoE moments and like nothing else. So it's like whatever.
Good vibes.
Oh. Yo, Benny, thank you so much for the 2 months, dude. For raiding, I don't think that you raid without Premonition of Piety. Because, like, Dist is so much output in a narrow window of time, and having the, like, second chance for your overheal to get additional value, I think is just tremendously important. Yeah. So, Two other healers in raid that play our Druid and Holy Pally. You usually play Holy Priest. Any recommendations? What you're looking to play in? I think Holy Priest is going to own in the next raid. Yeah. Oracle crash out videos. The tier set seems cracked. It is cracked. It is cracked. Yeah, I wish that playing Priest didn't mean that you had to deal with so many other people who are so jealous of all the cool stuff that you get. Why can't they just enjoy what they have instead of always just being jealous of us? Premonition gameplay is weird. Yeah. It's definitely weird, but it's super, super rewarding. That's right. That's what I'm saying, man. They just hate us because they ain't us. Yeah. Misters will remember that. They're constantly upset. It's crazy. It's crazy. Why can't Misters just be happy? Honestly. You bring 5 of them to the Race to World first, and they act like they're the worst spec ever, you know? It's crazy. They're part of this physical god comp. It's crazy. Play Mystery should probably get buffed. His god count makes you throw up. Mystery was doing pretty well. It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. Sure, lean into more high APM with haste, or lean into more mastery because the decent uptime of the haste buff. I don't think you would see them running with like mastery. I don't PvP, fool. Sorry, man. Say it ain't so with Farseer. You're definitely not playing Farseer. Yeah. Yeah, don't count on Farseer. Predictions of the moment. Disc really powerful. Our Druid's output is like super incredibly high. Mistweaver seemed like pretty good, but it seemed like the Master of Harmony stuff was like, I don't know, kind of like another layer of like fluff healing that turns into damage. Let's do what I said. Yeah. It's not like Farseer's bad, but like Farseer's just more work than Totemic. So like why bother? Why bother with it? What are you doing? Where's this DH going? DH. The dungeon is near Tazavesh. He says, I know. I'm like, what? Yeah, so you need to fly like... Then turn around and fly through it fast. It's not bad. You're right. It's also not close to totemic. Yeah, exactly. And like Farseer doing a lot of damage is awesome, but like that's like secondary to doing healing effectively and good. It's not like the numbers are bad. It's just a lot more work to do it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you go play totemic and you're like, wow, everything is so easy. And then you have to cast and then you have to sit there and cast Healing Rain every 10 seconds. And yeah, lots of fun. Be like a more terrible Prez Evoker. No, like the buffs of Prez are good. There's nothing wrong with like, well, it's like the buffs for Prez are good, but they're just not great, is what I would say. Surely this doesn't kill me. Surely, oh my god, it hurts so badly. Bad idea. Yeah. Ooh, good call, noob. I gotta check that after this. I have been leveling it up. August support healer gets to be overpowered to make him the Mplus healer all the time. I thought of that, like when people are talking about what they would do to like disc if they ever made disc support, it'd be like marking targets to receive increased healing from other people or something along those lines. Just pull the bad guys. Come on, man. This is an MDI. I've seen a couple people try to like be like super sweaty and skip everything. Come on, man, just play. Well, my biggest idea for support disc is that they should just never do it. Smile. Yeah, Bell takes 4 levels. Can make an amazing melee spec. My absolute nightmare. Oh, it actually is like a real dot every time you drop it in that off. It's good to know. This might be kind of like the Brewmaster fight in Cinderbrew. Everyone's out of range. Yo, how you doing, Skeelix? What did they remove? healers a roll and give all classes self-sustain, then I'd probably quit the game. Yeah. It's always like DPS who don't use personals, who love the idea of like randomly being self-sustaining. It's one of those like you think you do, but you don't. If you had to like monitor your HP and then monitor all the damage that's happening and make all kinds of decisions in addition to your rotation, I don't think most people would actually enjoy that. They like the idea of it because they don't want to have like a bad healer in their groups and then like lose because of a bad healer. Like nobody wants to brick a key because the healer messes up. But I don't think they want the alternative where they are also their self-healer, you know? And plus leaving penalty goes hard. I'm curious to see how that's going to go. Tally got into some trouble for on Twitter. But I mean, when the change is implemented, you're going to be able to see somebody's name and the server that they're on. So we'll see, you know? We'll just see. Oh my god. This guy is absolutely pulling like it's MDI. Yep, details working. Yeah, buffed up Trank was really saving us there. PTR Mplus is next week. Oh, I really shouldn't have hit that. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, there's a lot of like prio targets that you have to do in this dungeon because it's not only the double debuff that you have to heal in the first boss, but there's also a lot of the spellable debuffs here. I haven't seen any poisons, curses, diseases, or any of that stuff, which is good. No bleeds either. But I feel like Blizzard's kind of moving more of the dungeon pool towards like a lot of prio healing. There's only a couple mobs later in this instance that actually like radiate a lot of AoE. Yeah, it's a new dungeon. Does it separate? Oh, it does. So it shows you the mini trank you get. Incarn or tree. I didn't actually see it here, though. So I guess it's like a pet hot. Yeah, okay, so I have the stacks there. And then if I swift meta myself, it doesn't actually extend it. Okay. Yep. Brightness potion? No, this is just this dungeon. Although I think I have some on my monk I could always grab. We can see how bright the dungeon actually goes. Now, the Dryad procs with... Yeah, Incarn and Convoke. I guess if I ran Reforestation, I could try to, like, force more procs of it or something like that. I guess, if you really wanted to force it, but it doesn't even feel like the Tranks are that powerful. I guess I'll see in the overall at the end, but at the moment they seem kind of disappointing. Oh, rip. Just kind of get warp striked. I think the Pally can res, because when you're in M0s, it's all independent cooldowns. So he should be able to. Should be. Oh, wait, now it shows the stacks. Okay, so it just has to have like, nothing else up. I see. I see, I see. Let's see. Do I have a Stinky Bright or Inky Black? Oh boy, more 2-target healing. Yeah, we just haven't... Well, having an AUG, I guess, just means that we're not going to do that much damage to the javelins, and that's kind of destroying us right now. Yeah. There we go. We let the Dryad pop off, do its little mini trank. We kill. Well, it's like the AUG could just buff them, but if the people that are getting buffed are not actually hitting the totems, then it doesn't matter. The javelins. Ugh. Rip. For all these pulls. Damn it. Yeah, what a quick. Hey, man, Archon or Oracle? At the moment, I think Oracle's better. Because you're getting an insane amount of insights, which are going to be spent on Prayer of Mending. And every time you cast a Prayer of Mending on somebody, it's like a half strength Serenity. For basically free. It's really, really insane how much healing it does. Yeah. Oracle looks like really fun. Or sorry, Archon looks really fun. I just don't think it's going to be as high of output. Because the problem with Archon is it's like less flexible. For one thing. It's like a lot less flexible. And you basically just stack it with your Apotheosis and try to make your Apotheosis stronger. But what Oracle does is it helps make your Apotheosis last longer. And it also makes it stronger by giving you more Holy Words, which will then extend the duration in a raid, make that more powerful. In keys, you already are doing a decent amount of overheal in a few different environments. And so the Prayer of Mending healing effect is going to be nice. And it's going to help you actually just be able to cast more Prayer of Mendings. Because a lot of times you have to like stop casting Prayer of Mendings to focus on more direct healing in dungeons. But now that Prayer of Mending will do direct healing, you can actually play that, you know? Holy. Would you recommend for our Druid? I think they're still Night Elves. Yeah. Because that gives them base haste or base crit, depending on the time of the day that you play. And then Shadow Meld is really, really strong for dungeons. Oh, he wants the haste buff. Yeah. What is it? Charge Bolt nerfed by 62%. Oh, that's the damage proc one? That's kind of funny, because then it's going to require... That's going to require a whole bunch of people, if there's like a new best, to go do more delves. That's kind of genius. That's kind of genius. They're like, oh, people are not doing delves because the best one is given to them baseline? Let's change that a little bit. Yeah. Oh, let's make them do delves. 4 to 5% damage. Hit the Clippers. We got some castrating to do. Oh, you use the Clippers for that? Wait, they buffed the crit one? But I thought that was already this. At least it was for healers. Alright, we take those. Yeah. Crit chain increased to 25%. Nice. I mean, that's what I was running anyway. Yeah, I guess that's just going to make sure that people are deeply encouraged to go do other delves to unlock all the stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing PTR right now. This is the brand new dungeon for next season that we're testing. All right, let's look at our Dryad healing. Oh, I should have reset the instance. Oh, it's sorted. 3%? Eesh. What was the 4 set? Your next 2 Swiftmen's heal for more, and they splash. So isn't that under Swiftmen's? Is the extra splash healing? Seems really, really weak. Yeah, GG's. Yeah, that seems really, really weak. Yeah. It seems like it's way weaker. Yeah, you bet nice. I'll get you, Masika. Shadow Meld Pot, invoking the combat pot won't do much to increase other race viability because Night Elf won't have to compromise. I agree. It just allows other people to also have the option. So having the ability for everybody to have a Shadow Meld skip together is probably the biggest thing. Some people will just naturally do it with a racial. It basically just makes it a little bit more equal, a little bit more even. Okay, so Keeper of the Grove feels noticeably worse in dungeons compared to Wildstalker. I don't know if the symbiotic growth is going to stay this OP, though. Isn't that unfair to Night Elves? Well, it's still really valuable, though. That's the thing. It's still super, super valuable. I think it's been unfair that Night Elf's been this good for this long, honestly. All right, but let me run to the bathroom real quick. 1 sec. Be right back. I seen the Holy Pally Armament tier set. Lesser weapons will redistribute HP. I did not, but they like capped the amount of transfers of Tempered in battle. Isn't it like 1 transfer or something like that now? I don't think I saw it too heavily, Jay, because I have all my like spell effects set to like essential. Yeah. Most of the healing I got at a paladin when I played Lightsmith, we can go back to that too. Most of the healing I got when I played Lightsmith Pally was Tempered in battle. Like Tempered in battle was really, really nuts. Who's meta? Probably Disc, honestly. Yeah. I've had enough FPS drops from like my own spell animations, Jay. And it sucks because like once you kind of, especially you notice it like 5-mans, the game looks like really, really pretty when you don't have everybody else's spell effects just like tanking your FPS, you know? All right, later, Jake. It's hard to snitch on them. Shadow Meld pot invoking the combat pot won't do much to increase other race viability. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool. It just basically it makes it a little bit less awful for people who are not a night elf. That's kind of the end of it. They still very much should like change up the Shadow Meld ratio. It's just way too powerful. And like it makes no sense to me because people used to be Blood Elf because it would silence everything and that was way too powerful. But now when you can like immune boss mechanics by shadow melding, they're like, oh, well, like let's just give like a pot to everybody. Woo, you know? One thing I could see that I haven't heard anybody talk about is using it planned on boss fights to reduce damage. Because you can shadow meld the like circle AoE and Dark Flame Cleft on the darkness boss. If you're targeted by that and you kind of drop off that darkness explosion, if you can shadow meld pot that off, like that's a nice benefit, especially as a healer. That's like worth to not use your combat pot and use the shadow meld pot instead to reduce the damage that you're taking. That works because that's like a defensive basically. Yeah, it counts as a combat pot. Yeah. Shadow meld's really tough to use in raid. Shadow meld's really tough to use in raid. That I'm not sure about. Because you basically like any like tick of additional raid damage will break you out of it and then just make it so that you can't gain the effect of the stealth and stuff. Dude, Night Elf Paladin is the ultimate ultimate like bait, or they're like edging us with it. Because in Legion, there's a quest line in the Paladin class hall where you make a Night Elf priest a Paladin, more or less. And then they just never touch it again. They're like, yeah, you know. Yeah. Oh, and there are new healing potions too. They're like double the strength of the old healing pots, of the current heal pots. Let me try one more time, and then maybe we try another character. How to use my influence for Tank Shaman?
Chip love, hello, hello.
You guys think I have a lot more influence than I actually do over Blizzard Entertainment. A lot more. Yo, Rami, thank you for the 31 months. There we go. All right, let me do some AC Lightsmith. Track Theor Pally, let's go. Monk any better than last season with the changes? I think it's just, I don't know. Solid, right? It's kind of solid. Yeah, I don't think there's anything like it's like too. I don't think there's actually like anything that's too insane about like what Mistweaver's getting. It's like Con of the Celestials tier set is just gonna make Raid feel a little bit better, a little bit faster. Master Harmony is like another like pretty good damage effect, pretty good healing effect, but nothing like insane to your gameplay, you know? Yeah. I really like how Oracle displays with a tier set. I like how Oracle Holy Priest plays too. Like both of those are really, really fun. Yeah. Both of those are like super fun. Yeah, I have to like mentally get my brain on track with that Joker of like not watching a timer for the instant cast vivify, whatever it's called. Vivacious Vivication, I think is what it's called. Yeah. But just playing around Rising Sun Kick will be good. Because also, in raids, you can run Con of the Celestials. Your Gift of Yulon is going to give you more rushing wind kicks. Because it'll proc off Thunder Focus T and Shayloons. And just naturally from the Vivify crits or whatever it is. Something like that. So you can get all of those together, which gives you more Thunder Focus T, which gives you more rushing wind kicks, which also give you more instant Vivifies. Pretty good. Shadow Meld pot is a combat pot. Yeah. Yep. New raid August-ish. I mean, I'm just over it, Liffy. I mean, people are only going to listen to one thing. People are only going to listen to one thing, and it's getting banned. So, I'm over it. Yeah. Our Druid's Symbiotic Blooms, the Wildstalker stuff, is like crazy strong. Yeah. The Keeper stuff was just kind of whatever. Look at this new guide I just made, chat, before season starts. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Didn't we just do way too early seasonal guides? Raid can't drop until after the 12th of August. You gotta get vacation from the 3rd to the 11th. Wait, you're telling me that you set up vacation time, Joker, to not play World of Warcraft? Bro? Pash? Where's the Pash? Gamescom's 3rd week of August? Yeah. That's right. You're gonna have to choose. You're gonna have bad attendance for your raid? Are you gonna have some bad attendance for your raid? All right. M0 attack. It would make sense if they like gave an announcement or a like midnight trailer at Gamescom, because there's not going to be a BlizzCon this year, so there's not really any other time, right? That is a pretty good name. Bomb your algorithm, but it'd be funny to release a way too early tier list, make half the inclusions, classes, and characters from other games like Rivals. I've kind of wanted to make a couple Rivals videos to see if they'd be any good. It's been tempting. Add rev tier list. I'll work on it. I'll work on it. I'll probably record something today. Microsoft wants it as a big piece of their ONL. I mean, I'm sure that they're going to try to find some kind of way to make it so that they can have WoW more prominently featured, especially when Midnight drops. Like, them slowing down the game is only going to help bring in new players and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, I've never heard of opening night live. Yeah, the funniest thing to me, man, is them wanting to make it so that weak auras are not dictating fights, but then they don't make fights like that. I mean, they did with Gallywix. I would argue Gallywix does not really need a weak aura. You just set a hard assignment for who is going to soak. You set some backups. If you need backups, you get backups, you know? And then you're going to be fine. But a lot of other fights, it's like, how do you decide where 4 players are going on sticks with all the balls? And how do you decide really, really quickly, you know? Yeah. But yeah, exactly. They're like, we don't want this to be a problem, and they make sticks. Talk to Locust Walker in Dorn to get to Tazavesh. Dungeon is on the other side of Tazavesh. Fly past it like you're going to Koresh. Then turn around and fly towards the portal fast. You can get into it before it despawns. Haven't played Evoker yet today, but we played it yesterday. Getting a haircut tomorrow. Microsoft owning Blizzard might be a good thing. I've thought it would be a good thing for a while. Yeah. I thought it would be a good thing for a while. Yeah. They buffed Charge Bolt and the Delve by 141% before launch, to nerf it by 62% because it's too powerful. Yeah, I mean, it's genius of Blizzard because they want people to do delves. Because the more that they like get people to do content, you know, sometimes it kind of sticks with people. Right? So now they're just fucking with you, nerfing the good stuff to make you go back and do more delves, and then you go from there. You know? I don't know if Lightsmith's going to be like competitive versus Herald, but I figure it's good to just try it, get some experience with it, because I think it's fun to play. I think it's really, really fun to play. Yeah, you too, Lithy. Take it easy. Yeah, what you gotta do, you talk to Locust Walker in Dornagal, you go to Tazavesh. The dungeon is on the opposite side, it's on the north side. It's on the north side. You fly off the cliff. You turn around, pick up lots of speed, fly through the portal. Because the portal despawns when you get too close. And so you have to just like race against it, basically. It is a little strange, but it works. Yeah. New dungeon's cool. It's really, really cool. Yep. You can replace the Sears Cult when you get a mythic quality ring. Yeah, anything like Mythic Track, you can replace it then. If you have it fully upgraded. Yeah. Try that again, Elliot. Are they time gaining the waste? Yeah, you gotta do like 3 or 4 more weeks of it or something. The gems display of a 0? I don't know what that means. Let's see. What happened to our priest? Gummin priest? Yeah, I think season 3 will be good for healing. They're They're adding a lot of absorb effects. They're adding like a ridiculous amount of absorb effects for kind of like everybody. Like this weapon will basically make it so your heals put 20-second absorbs on people. And it's like nice little extra ways to get some extra effective health so that people don't get like bursted down really quick, you know? Nah, the helmet chance will not work on Season 3 pieces. Yeah. So they are, you don't have to do them going into Season 3. Yep. Well, the funny thing is, Jay, we were talking earlier about how, you know, weak aura boss fights and stuff. And then they make a healing trinket that makes you have to track your buffs so that you can dump tons of healing into that target to make a shield on them. Yeah. Pretty fucking fun. Yeah. The Oath one. Takes 100% of your overhealing. Takes 100% of your overhealing on that target. And then just puts a huge shield on him. Here it is. Yeah. Nexus King's Command. Directly healing the target fulfills the oath, grants you 10k intellect, and shields your ally for 100% of any overhealing done. Hit 10 mil on someone? Holy shit. Yeah. Frosty K? Oh, I don't know, man. I just heal in this household. What up, Ambient? All the bleeds go away when you get the player to 90%. Me too, man. Me too. Not having to rely on like an evoker or a bop or something like that. Oh, we got there. All right, let's go. They ever DPS to play? I haven't really played DPS in a while. I don't know. I played Rogue back in the day. Really enjoyed that. I played DK, DPS, and tank in the past. That was pretty fun. Played a few different things. I've seen a lot of people testing AUG lately. It's kind of tough because this is just like an M0 dungeons. They're like usually not too difficult, right? Why is my weapon not casting? I am lost. There we go. Now that works. Support class rework AUG into a tank. I'm very down. I am very down. Well, I kind of want them to do a kind of like a homogenization for things that really desperately need to be homogenized. Like I want them to homogenize like Bloodlust, give that to a bunch of different DPS specs. I want them to like make battle reses available to a lot of healers or almost all healers. Things like that. Because it's not like the game is just going to break if, you know, all the healers had a battle res. I'd rather have no healers have a kick, to be honest. Because Blizzard makes dungeons have more kicks if healers have kicks, you know? Like they anticipate it, and they're like, oh, well, like, let's just give everybody, or let's make the mobs cast more if healers have them, you know? Yep. Classic Andes loved when certain classes had certain abilities. It's true. And you know the glorious thing, Colt? They can just go play Classic. It's right there for them. Like, I'm hyped for Fellowship. It's like that WoW Mplus standalone game that's coming out, I think, later this year. Maybe next year. It seemed pretty complete last time I did one of the early access tests. But that game, it's like, healers don't have a kick. Everybody has like one crowd control, like that's it, and like one major defensive, and that's it. And then the healer just heals. It's crazy. It's wild, you know? They're like, oh, okay, we've used our defensives. All right, healer, go heal us. Shit owns. It's called Fellowship. I don't really like the name of the game, like the title, but the game is very fun. It's basically a game where it's like WoW, but it's literally only M+. There's no like rating or anything. As they add a follower to every dungeon, the follower can battle res if the group engages. The follower can lust if you engage. Maybe everyone has a pet bar. That'd be kind of cool. Nah, he didn't, Cal. We back in Sepulchre? Kind of. It's like some Shadowlands looking dudes and some ethereal looking dudes in here. Oh, PC's not testing at all this tier. Really? Wait, that's nuts. So, yeah, damn, we're homeless. That sucks. Guild vacation for Mythic. Okay. Oh, okay, I see, I see. Well, we're gonna have to go find some nice people to take us in. Hey, hey Cal, can you use your connects with Liquid to get us to the spot? Blizzard forget to update the reward system as they said they would in the roadmap. Oh, is that like a thing? Did they specifically say what it for? Replace THD and you can replace Nick. Yeah, that'll definitely work. That'll definitely work. Tazavesh dungeons were good, yeah. They were fun. Updating rewards in Season 3. Yeah, I don't really know what that means. Yeah, whatever that means, exactly. Yeah. I didn't see that on the roadmap. I'm not doubting you, though, but it makes me wonder what they're bringing up. Maybe they're just adjusting rewards for the trading post. And then they just leave it at that. Dude, the splits are mind-numbing, Joker. I did 4 splits for all of Shadowlands when I was in Imperative, and that shit fries your brain. Hardcore. That shit really, really fries your brain. Because you'll sit there and you will do the same boss on normal difficulty for like 8 hours straight. On 4 different characters. That was, you know, when I only did 4 characters. These guys are doing it on like 12. Like, if you ever see somebody in race doing splits and they make a mistake on, like, an easy boss fight, you just know it's because their brain is so fried after doing it over and over again a million times, you know? Shit's actually ridiculous. TLDR in splits is... imagine that I'm fucking Jack, and my main is my priest. And I'll bring all these other healers, all my other healer alts, to the raid, and I don't get any gear on those alts. But when I'm on my priest, the group comp is specifically made so that any cloth drops, healer drops would go to me. And so you just have a small amount of mains in each group, depending on how many splits that you do, to optimize getting loot to that 1 or 2 characters. Yeah. 2 or 3 characters with liquid for all your gold. It's good gold, right? How much did you make last season? Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is like a boring part of the season for sure, Wolf. But season 3 is coming. This is like the very beginning of PTR, so it's gonna be hype time. It's gonna be hype time. Healers get drops if you do splits. Yeah. That's why my guild does 2 splits, 1 main, 1 ult. That's all that's required of us. And it is the most optimal. Because it's just enough splits so that a healer gets loot, but not so many splits that you just hate your life. It's so good. Best guess on season 3 being released. Kalamazoo, do you have any ideas? I have a feeling he is somebody who would know. Patch August 6th. You heard it here first, chat. Raid 12th. Yo, what up, stay at home, dad? Dude, that's the dream. Happy Friday. H-Priest good or H-Priest bad? Oh my god, you're a stay-at-home dad that's asking me Holy Priest questions? Dude, you're just living the life. Holy Priest good. Holy Priest very good, actually. And if you haven't learned Oracle yet, very highly recommend it. Very highly recommend it. Yeah, that's right, Joker. You better get that golf game in with your buddies quick. You better tell your guildies. I mean, they'll understand. You're like, all right, we got to get out of here fast. The raid's coming. Yeah. Have you ever been on PTR before, Shah? Because if you have not been on PTR before, you got to go to battle.net. You got to sign up for the PTR. Then go to your Battle.net client. And then you can get onto PTR. Yeah. Healer vibes, which one feels nicest? Disc is really good. I've been enjoying and messing around with some Lightsmith. I don't think it's better than Herald, but it's fun, you know? Oh, yeah. Okay. So go to Tazavesh. Go to Tazavesh. You'll see where the entrance should be. Now you can spend a whole bunch of time doing quests like a nerd to unlock it. Or you could go bug the game like a Giga Chad. So what you want to do is, if you see from a distance the dungeon, if you have like max view distance up, you'll see the dungeon portal from a long way away. But when you get close, it disappears. So that's why you have to dragon ride, go far away, and then you want to fly towards it really, really fast so that you get in before the portal closes. Remember that portal in Treasure Planet? You know, they're like, we gotta get through the portal. And it's like the portal from like the Treasure Planet back to the moon world where it's like the docks and stuff. Exact same thing. Except you don't have to use like the space skateboard to go like repair the ship or anything, you know? New Infusion feels good. There's not too many times I think I'm really casting that much whenever I'm playing as Lightsmith, but being able to have less frequent infusions that feel really powerful, that's my jam. That's my jam. You get a level 80 boost in PTR. I think when you go into an instance, it levels you up. But otherwise, I don't know. Game crash. Owned. Guess you're not a streamer, bro. Nah, it happens. PTR, especially for the first like month, is usually like really unstable. It's usually really unstable. That's why I'm running like no add-ons. I just have details on right now because it's just like I expect stuff to be broken, and that's just how it goes. Maybe I need to make a whole video about like how Blizzard fucks up PTR. Like, here's all the cringe ways this stuff happens. This is... Okay, yeah. Yo, what up, Zappa? Yeah, it's new dungeon, Jacob. All 12 of your pepper plants have sprouted? Holy, let's go! What kind of peppers? Made a post saying no more tests, no one tests PTR anymore, but the PTR is so fucked up and broken that everyone stopped. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Or people will accurately report bugs, and they will like post about it publicly, and then the bugs don't get fixed, and then people get demoralized. Funny how that works. You know? Like, it's insane to me that a class Discord community goes out of their way and makes this massive list of bugs. And then those bugs stay that way for, like, not even, like, I would understand it if it, you know, was, like, a month or two. But there's some bugs that have been up there for, like, 6, 8 months, some a year, like, crazy stuff. You know, I get that, like, you can't just snap your fingers and then get Blizzard to do what you want, but it's a little something. A little something. Walker community since Mists? Exactly. Exactly. Yep, it's very unfortunate. Listen to this, they don't have PvP gear to the PTR, then they ban people for abusing bugs when the patch comes out. You can't even test PvP gear if they did add it because arenas aren't possible, and the test dummy for PvP hasn't worked for 2 years. Oh, God. We have something like that for Mplusers, where for a very long time, they didn't force you to have affixes on your M+ keys, so people would do no affix dungeons. People would just straight up do a bunch of no affix dungeons forever. I'm so slow. Workaround is patched. Ecodome isn't available yet when you try to get in. Make sure you set the dungeon to Mythic. I mean, I'm in it right now. I literally just got there. Yep. Jeez. So in short, if you attack someone in PvP, it swaps your spells to a PvP modifier, which scales damage differently. The PvP dummy doesn't count as a PvP player. Oh, yeah, so you have no idea what's good. Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. You got it? There you go. Yeah, Hammer and Anvil was still popping off. Look at how much overheal it ended up doing. Could even do even more transfers into Beacon as well. Like, I wasn't even using Virtue that often either. So you can get a lot of good value there. Judgment on its own just does, like, absurd value in Lightsmith builds. Yeah.
Can't stay, got surgery, hope you're well.
Whew.
Have a great stream.
Yo. Kick some butt, Grimmy. Thank you for the 30 months. I don't think the lesser armaments temper. Let me think. It's a Holy Bulwark, healed above below. Sacred Weapon, drop below. Only occur once per cast. Next Holy Armament casts one lesser version on a nearby ally. Okay. I already got a video going over all the changes. I'll work on some tier lists. Never fear. Never fear. Let's see. I mean, there's 2 IDs for Tempered. I don't think there always has been. Maybe it does actually work. But yeah, temper is just like, it's not nearly as big as it used to be. You reported an add-on that went viral a while back. Before anyone knew what it was, it allowed you to mass report banned players. I made a post about it. They didn't fix it, banned me from the forums for posting harmful things, and deleted the thread. What the fuck? That is insane, dude. Now, let's do some priest. You think it's fake? I think the Demon Hunter thing's gonna be real. We were saying yesterday, I think it might be that it'll be a real thing. And then they'll have it like as like a midnight or like a pre-patch for midnight kind of release. And that way they'll have Legion Remix be where everybody levels up their Demon Hunters. Yeah. Because people were pointing out the optional boss in the next raid has a lot of like new effects and stuff. I'll pop it up. Because it's the Soul Hunters. So it's like this guy's got the Hunt, Blade Dance, Eye Beam, Fell Inferno. This guy's got Fracture, Spirit Bomb, MO Aura. So he's the tank, he's the VDH. This guy's got Devourer's Ire, hurling orbs of ravenous void at several locations, inflicting damage if not intercepted. Focuses his gaze upon players who intercepted the orbs, assailing them with Consume, and increasing their physical damage taken. Upon removal, the Ire transfers to a nearby player and inflicts extra damage. If that boss dropped the updated DH form, that would be really sick. I thought it would only be for the other sub-spec, or the other setup. No. It drains the essence of players afflicted with the Ire, inflicting cosmic damage and absorbing the next 1.9 million healing received. It applies Unending Hunger. In Heroic and Mythic difficulty, also applies Unending Hunger. Withers the target, increase the damage, and healing absorb. Oh, that's a lot of prio healing. Yeah. And then it has Void Step, tears open a new path through the void, teleports to a new location, inflicting damage to players within 4 yards along the path to its destination. Wait, like this could just be like a Fell Rush replacement. Instead of Fell Rushing, you just port behind him or something. You know? Shadow Clone Jutsu, yeah. The images slice open the fabric of the void, inflicting damage to players within 8 yards, coalescing a pool of encroaching shadow. So it makes more like ground effects, I guess. Yeah. Because they say Adaris is now a demon hunter brimming with barely contained abyssal power, seeking to devour the void energy surrounding the Mana Forge. His deadly allies, Dark Sorrow and Bloodwrath, have joined Adaris in pursuit of larger prey. Together they will destroy all who oppose them, leaving nothing but chaos in their wake. Yeah. Yeah. I think they'll soon have to stop posting all these spells and descriptions. Advanced AI can figure out how to kill bosses. I think players are still going to have the advantage there. I don't know if you need AI to figure out boss fights. I hope it's not a support. I am very much over support specs. I'm very much over support specs. At least like how Blizzard implements them, you know? Like, eh. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. Why even play if you're just going to have, you know, an AI or something do it all for you. Run to the bathroom quick. 1 sec. Oh, shit. Character transfer to a PTR, bad idea. It might just bug out. I had like copied account data and stuff. I copied a bunch of account data and then it like crashed, but then I logged back in and then it worked. So I don't know. Yeah, I guess Dimensius is the last boss. It's kind of weird fighting all of these people that we have no idea about. It's actually really, really strange. You're like, here's all these people you don't know anything about. Yay. And I mean, I guess they have Dimensius, but like, yeah, you know. I mean, we killed Dimensius back then too, didn't we? Right? So Dimensius is slowly waking as his ethereal followers use the dark heart to give him sustenance. If they succeed, they'll unleash a being of unfathomable power that could destroy the fabric of reality. We don't win? Maybe. Yeah, but I think that they could be doing like a much better job of trying to like build up these bosses much further ahead of time so that we can better like identify with who we're killing, you know? I like having expansions where we know who the final boss is going to be decently well in advance, and then we like know why we're fighting, you know? We're doing dungeon testing. Raid testing doesn't start till next week. That's my thought, at least. That's my thought, at least. You want to, like, I guess, identify with the baddies that you're trying to destroy, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like, you identify with, like, defeating the Lich King. You identify with defeating Illidan. You identify with, like, killing all of these characters or, you know, destroying them or whatever, you know? Yeah, until the last boss is like, but there's an even greater threat around the corner. Oh my god. Yay. And then the cycle repeats. And then the cycle repeats. All right, let me do a Holy Priest run. Thank you. Champicastin is in Tazavesh again. That's right. As a Holy Priest. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. You get talent into 1 minute GS, but you also get a free res. So if you die, then you go angel form and then you get to res again. Yeah. So it's up to you. You can choose one or the other. Not any like AUG news. People were like testing it, but I didn't really see anything like major get changed for it. Didn't actually see anything get changed. It does count against the death timer, yeah. It does go against the death timer. Confuse the hell out of your guild. Oh, I know, because like people see the angel, and they're like, "Ooh, he died," and then it's like, "Well, he's gonna rest. Don't worry, don't panic." Yeah. Gonna be Holy Oracle for raiding instead of Archon next tier? Me too. Yeah. Holy Oracle is really, really nuts. Damn, guys, where's our DPS? We need some damage dealers. Season 3 will have a canonically bad ending setting up the next expansion? Maybe. That would be a good way to kind of hype up Midnight, is we're the losers and we lost the fight and everything, you know? I'm down. I'm down. I think people like it. I mean, one of the nice things about Legion was how badly we lost at the very, very start of the expansion, you know? One big opera all running together. Yeah, but the opera has like a really bad initial start because they didn't plan for it to be a 3-part trilogy in War Within. And so they're kind of like, look at how random the patch has been. It starts with you fighting spiders, and then you randomly go start fighting the goblins, and now we're going and fighting interdimensional void baddies. Like there's no coherence to it, you know? So it's like Dragonflight was super weird because they were like bringing us out of Shadowlands, and this is, you know, full seasonal type stuff. Yeah, it's like 3 separate writing groups. So ask Kala. I hear he's big into lore. It's true. He's read all the books. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. But, I mean, Midnight, I think, will be a lot better. I think it'll be, like, from a story perspective, I think it'll be a lot more coherent. And And hopefully they like tease more baddies that we're going to be fighting from the beginning, you know? I really don't understand. I mean, you know, you're on a PTR stream. So they very quickly in the opener quest are like, Xalatath's going to help us in this patch. And it's like, bro, why? Like, come on. Messon said the story of Orbithin had to be bent to fit the saga arc. Yeah. It's getting bent all right. It's getting bent all right. Bent is doing work. I mean, it's not like we all, like, it's not like I play WoW for the writing, but when you're even just reading like occasional quest text, you're like, oh, that shit makes no sense. That shit just makes no sense. Do we got people? Gamers gaming? Expect at cutting the loose ends? I guess, yeah. And if that's the case, then like fine, you know? I'm on board with it. I'm on board. All foretold by the jailer, but we killed him before he finished the text dialogue. I love it. I love it. Is Void Weaver just dead in season 3? It hasn't been too alive in season 2. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, seems like another Oracle season. I think WoW lost the sense of story after Wrath. Yeah. Well, like, you know, there's only so many baddies you can fight. But also, things like Warlords kind of miss the mark on, like, we're going to travel back in time and beat up all these, like, really well-known characters. You know? Kind of missed the hype moment. Yeah, the rift that you create out of Void Weaver is, like, really, really nice. It just is, like, I don't know, a little bit lacking. Oh, absolutely sounds. People have been asking for tier lists and everything, dude. Priest is really good. Yeah. Disc's probably still the top dog. But lots and lots can change. Like, I'm already seeing tier sets where, like, one is, like, massively, massively better than the other. North end of Tazavesh is the dungeon. Fly past the portal like you're going to Koresh, then turn around and fly fast to go through it. Well, hopefully Shadow's gonna be good. I might have to, Jay, yeah. I might have to. Yeah, at this point, we've tested every healer combo. I'm just kind of going back and running through some more. Shaman was fun, but Farseer is still just like a lot of work, not much reward kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Lightsmith was really fun. I think if you have like a Giga crit setup or something like that there, you will really, really own with it. Use Premonition and Mplus disc, getting back to it. Raid-wise, play well, but lacking an Oracle Mplus. Insight, you Penance and Shield. Kind of alternate between them, or if you have everyone taking equal damage, you can just mash Penances. Piety, you want to pair up with like Evangel or Uppies or something like that. And then Solace, you want to apply to somebody with a Renew or a Flash Heal, but not with a Shield, because you want to Solace one person and shield somebody else. Our hunter is struggling. I think Edge Valley's getting better. They're just like, they're kind of slowly getting better. They haven't been getting like massive changes. They haven't been getting massive changes, but it's like just solid, decent stuff. I think the Lightsmith tier set was really fun. It was really, really fun. It's the haste with Farseer. I mean, I guess, but that's not doing that much. Yeah, Herald was really good. You also get the after effects, basically. You also get the after effects of like the laser beams. All right. Trying to like convince this guy. Oh, I guess you can just walk through now. That's weird. Used to not be able to. We're trying to get him in. We know he's right there. We know he's right there. Here it is. He's turning around. He's turning around. He's flying way out there. Okay, he's flying insanely far out there. Come in, or do we need to find someone else? I hate to do this, but like I wrote out the instructions. Bro is struggling. Bro's struggling a little bit. That is a hell of a... Listen one more time, please. Fly back to where we summoned you. Make sure you fly back quickly through where the portal should be. Do you see it on the docks? The blue circle. He said, no, just go. Good luck. It's like on the map. We're trying to help you, man. He's headed for it. I guess. Right. So we're trying to help you. If you listen. Fly off the dock a little. And then turn around and fly as fast as you can where the portal should be, above the boat. Third time I type this out. Better now for tier to augment hero talents instead of base talents. I typed it 3 times to help him. I seriously do need a warlock to do it. Yeah. The dungeon is out on PTR, yeah. Dungeon is out on PTR. Cal, you need him? Ah, still early. Still early. Yeah, it's Mythic 0. You just feeling the damage profiles? There's a lot of single target damage in this dungeon. There's a couple of mobs that radiate like ticking AoE and stuff, but not too many. Not too many.
Yo, Tazavesh 2.0?
Little bit, Jeppy. Thank you for the 58 months. Played all the healers at this point. All the healers and all the hero talent combos. All right, we're good. Let's go. Holy, we're gonna get some value here. Jesus, what did they do to Ellie? Are there some like insane bugs that are making it do turbo damage or something? That's right. Not gonna let Bond get away with this. Yeah, what was the deal with Stampede? Because I saw that as well, where people were popping off with Stampede. How to see these on live? They like to pop off in those windows as well. Yeah, must be. Must be. Okay, weak clairvoyance. Dude, these perv mending hits. I can't wait to show you guys the overall for this. You get so much value. Now I just need them to add more ticking damage to every dungeon. So we always have permanents bouncing. Not any rot fights in the dungeon, but there's a lot of like 2-target damage events. Kind of like pulsing damage that'll happen on a couple fights too. Little things like that. Anything too insane though. But this is kind of like the first boss of Cinderbrew where like 2 dots go out, you just gotta heal through it, and you do it like really consistently. At the moment, permitting is kind of carrying it. And this prompt prognosis, that's my force, or that's my 2 set actually, excuse me. That's my 2 set. So just casting Prayer of Mending is proccing these heals that are like half the strength of a Serenity. They're super good. So we're going to have a lot of Prayer of Mending casts. We're going to have a lot of value out of the Prayer of Mending casts. And we're going to have a lot of Holy Fire casts too. You get it from casting the Prayer of Mendings, yeah. Of course, you can always use the inside casts also on Holy Fires. Just do more damage. Yeah. That's right, many Augs. I've seen him in almost every single dungeon this so far. I feel like the story fits in line with what's going on in the Goblin, or with what's going on. The Goblin patch was kind of random. It was super random, yeah. It was like weird capitalism commentary plus defeating evil Goblin Gallywix for once because he helped, and then our awesome supervillain Zaltath got randomly deceived. Oh no! All right. Brewmaster, Healer, TBD, Enhance, Balance, Aug, DK. We'll see. Are people really super hyped or hopeful that Brewmaster's going to be the meta? That'd be weird. First time in a while. If Brew is meta, would our Druid be meta? Not with the way Dispriest is playing. Not with the way Dispriest is playing so far. Yeah, Druid's HOTS are really effective on Brewmaster, but so are Disc Absorb shields. So are Disc Absorbs. They benefit from Celestial Fortune, same as heal effects do. Yeah, some of these effects are definitely gonna get destroyed. I don't know what they're gonna do to disc. Maybe they would get rid of like the extra haste effect or something, because it doesn't really need to exist. Because the extra insight charges on their own is like already really, really strong. Yeah. General gearing strategy. So you pug raids only. You just kind of do whatever you can to make sure that you're getting into raids every week, full clear. If you have any buddies that you can play with as well to try to like optimize some of the gear drops, roll for some stuff that you might be able to share, that's really helpful. But obviously not a guarantee. It doesn't hurt to, it also doesn't hurt to do some of your world activities early in the season. Get some Radiant Echoes, that way you can have the extra Valor Stones that you need to. But it's basically just kind of do the extra difficulties, or do every difficulty level as you can at the start. Get some better trades there. Max out your vaults every week. You kind of slam. Yeah, you bet, Rivist. Yeah, you have to go through the quest line to get the cloak. I haven't even bothered to do it. But I guess I probably should. At least on my priest for testing. I hope that they would just give it to you as like a vendor or something, but Rip Raskovich. Yeah. Sorry, buddy. You are on your own out there. Oh, you can't even shadow meld that. Damn. Look might be offered to people who zone in without it. That'd be good. Yeah. Shadow main the capped out in 15s this season. I'm kind of hoping Healer Priest is off meta so I can fit into comps more easily. Rework looks great. Well, I kind of hope that Shadow's off meta. Bye, man. I hope your spec's not good. So messed up coming into a priest stream and telling him that. I hope your spec sucks so I can play mine. I know, dude. I knew it. Shadow Priests just want the worst for the other healers. Yeah. Unbelievable. Oh man, it's actually such good healing too, being able to dump Prayer of Mendings into your tank like that as Oracle, because it applies a shield every time to your tank, and it applies an instant heal. It's actually, God, that's so good. God, that's so good. Blood DK's me better. It needs to be. It needs to be. It feels like it's been a while since Blood DK has been like that good. I feel like it's been a while. But it's also just annoying having VDH be so valuable, so good for such a long time. Less people are running pick me up in like certain keys like Theater of Pain, because if you're actually getting all the kicks and stops that you need, you don't really need to have that much extra healing out of the trinket. But I think it's really good to have in like Cinder Brew. It's really good to have in Dark Flame Cleft, a couple other like big HPS check type dungeons. I think it's super valuable there. Yeah, it's only been 5 seasons of VDH. Uh. Okay, permitting. You're not gonna believe this healing after this pull. Where is it? My spells? There we go. Yeah, we don't care about the DPS. Giving healer priest a kick could help the double priest is at least not completely trolling. I mean, just get rid of healer kicks in general and then we'll be fine. That would be a lot better. That would be a lot better. Just watching the dungeon go off on the priest, you only have fear to interact. Yeah, and it's always so rare that they actually are calling for the fears. You're just kind of sitting on it for a really long time, too. Yeah. Ah, shit, I grabbed the wrong one. Yeah, I missed it. Yo, Crossfade, here for the full year. Welcome back, welcome back.
Let's get it.
Let's get it. For sirs, thank you for the 4 months, my dude. Welcome back, welcome back. Gee. Whole meta would go away, only do around 10s, it doesn't matter there. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. See if it ports me out here. Alright, so check this. Oh, that's right. I gotta keep on resetting the dungeon. Let's see. Highest HPS pull might be there, but yeah, the extra permanent casts procking tons and tons of healing. That's going to transfer as well into Premonition of Piety for any like overheal redirect that you could get. So efficient. And it's not dependent on having another cooldown up. I mean, you basically just Premonition, use whichever Premonition you have, and you just go, and you get the extra single target healing. It's really, really wild. Yeah. All right, this next. Super busted OP healer. Wait, where's my Oracle build? Damn. I guess we go back to lenience. Man, I wish they would have reduced lenience or gotten rid of it. Luminous Barrier, that's a 4.7 million shield with 14 million HP. So what's 4.7 divided by 14? That's a 30% shield. That's not bad. Yeah, if you have Atonement already on the target, you get a 30% of HP shield for the entire party. That's actually pretty decent. I think there is a decent possibility, especially when people are spread, that you could just go run Luminous Barrier. That might be a like sleeper change that kind of comes into it that you don't really expect to be that good. But it's quite a lot better than it was before. Doubling the impact of Luminous Barrier helps a lot. Still, in like super high-end groups, you would want to have the DR. So it's like a little bit split up. All right. Let's reset and go again. Let's reset and do it again. The healers are a lot of fun. A lot of them are like the hero talents that are already fun, just get made a little bit better by all the changes and the adjustments. Yeah. That's probably like the biggest part of it. It's like if you like already enjoyed a healer before, it's still going to be enjoyable. Yeah. Because like even though Void Weaver's hero talent tier bonus is not that powerful, it's actually still like fun to use. So, you know, it's cool to play with. I think some of the weakest ones are like the Archon one is pretty weak in. I think the Archon one's pretty weak in dungeons, but it's strong in raids. The Keeper of the Grove one is weak in dungeons for sure. Gives you like a bunch of like mini tranquilities. The Void Weaver one's kind of weak in general. I don't know about how powerful Lightsmith is going to be compared to Herald, but I hope that they at least try to make them balanced. We'll see though. I get it where Paladin mains don't want to just be playing like a brain off, just do damage, and that's all you get kind of deal. So we'll see. We'll see. Putting the gang back together. Oh, and they also made Uppies a lot stronger. I got to lean on that too in this run. It's actually weird. I mean, Disc's mana for sure got worse, but a lot of other pieces of the spec got better. Yeah. Kind of a lot of the other parts of the spec got better. I'm just going to run Shield Discipline here. But effectively, Luminous Barrier got a lot better. Uppies got a lot better. And then your spells just cost a bit more mana. And then your tier set's really good too. Yeah. I mean, I know that tier sets make everybody better, but it's kind of surprising because you get specs like Paladin that get like marginally better. Shaman and Monk got like no changes beyond the tier set bonuses. I don't think there's any character boost. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. There's a cow that boosts you? Really? Oh yeah, so the campaign. Yeah. So you can kind of catch up and stuff. Yeah, I've seen that. Belt thing for Holy Priest, the crit one, which ironically got buffed. So, you know. So there you go. Yeah, I got you, Joe. Yeah, it was kind of weird because it was just like, well, this is what we were running anyway. And then they just buffed it again. And they just buffed it again. Yeah, last I heard, the Mastery wasn't like far behind. It's not like it was far behind. What were the other tuning changes? Crits increased by 25%. What's the static charge? Isn't this the verse? Yeah, the verse was like really bad. So it's probably like back on par. So maybe you could like run the verse if you wanted to for like Holy Priest keys. Yeah. Niche situational Holy Priest gaming, you know? What's better for healers? I think Disc is still really busted. I think Disc is still really busted. I think our Druid's output's really high, but Disc utility, I think, is still topping it. We'll see. I mean, we have Mplus testing starting next week. We have raid testing starting next week. It's kind of tough to know for sure based just off M0 stuff. But Disc got buffs to uppies, doing more damage and healing. Luminous Barrier got a buff for 5 bands, which is really good. And the tier set bonus for Oracle is really, really nuts. So kind of a few big things. Yeah, let me see how my mana goes here, actually. Let me see if I even need a drink. Because I bet you that I will not have to drink based off this. Yeah. Priest to be meta during the whole expansion. Back in the day, that was Druid. That was Paladin. They'd be meta the entire expansion. Yeah. Yeah, we tried all the healers at this point. Yep. Did every healer except Druid yesterday. Did Druid this morning. And now we've been kind of just running through different healers. Yep. Yeah, we already had a video going over all the changes, and then we'll have another video for like tier sets, and we'll do all the other fun stuff. So I've been playing both Specs of Priest Vel for like 10, 12 years now. Long time. Yeah, check right above you in chat, Cronin. BDK is a healer? True. Shaman just kind of reinforces what is like already good and like totemic. Honestly, Druid, same thing. Where it's like the symbiotic blooms is like way overpowered. Way overpowered. Oh, I hear you guys. I hear you. I'll record something today. For my editor. We're a little overdue. I gotta type it out again. Fly past like you're going to Koresh. And then turn around and fly as fast as you can, aiming for the portal. That'll let you fly through it and get in. Prez looks like a bit better, but not huge, you know? Not huge. Yeah, I'll have to give it some thought. Maybe after this run we'll tinker around with a tier list or something. Oh my god, they listened. Easy. Shield effects are given everyone is because of an increase in heal absorbs. I think it's just that the damage is going to be so spiky that like that's the only way to make healing feel good. I don't know. It's my impression at least. Sorry, man. It seems like they want Oracle to be the way. And honestly, I kind of agree. I kind of prefer Oracle. It's actually a lot more fun. Sorry. Shaman tier set bonus is really good. Yeah. The 200% like downpour effect and stuff juices up your healing. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Think Totemic would be overheal? Really? I don't think it'll be. Because, like, you get to time when you hit that downpour. When that second downpour. It's not its own, like, active ability, but when you consume the last moat, that's also your trigger for it. So I feel like it works out pretty well. What? The other thing is, like, what's the alternative, though? You play, like, Farseer? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, shit, that's right. I keep forgetting that when you activate Piety, it also is triggering Insight, so you have to be like really careful about what you cast during that period. Otherwise, you just waste all your Insight charges. Yeah. Alternative is you play Ellie, let the priest do the job and heal. True. True. Shamans deserve better. People got upset when I was like, they could probably go with making Shaman a little bit more involved. Everyone's like, no. It's like, all right, never mind. Just kidding. I'm gonna be glad when insurance is gone. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Yeah, it does a lot of healing, but it's such like fluff micro healing that I am so glad it's gone or on the way out. All right, that's our absorb. That was pretty big. 40% of Sham's HP right there was the absorb. Oh, are they? Change around halls? I guess it doesn't surprise me too much. They usually do something. Yeah, here you go, tank. Here's your MDI pulls. Here's your MDI pulls. I just gotta stall a little bit longer. Keep buffs please alive. Not die myself. Yeah, there we go. This is gonna kind of care about mana, but you can sort of counter it by running Shield Discipline and then making good value out of Throes of Pain. So there's like ways around it. Holy Priest is getting like a lot of its casted spells reduced in mana cost, but Apotheosis doesn't give you free mana casts anymore for your Holy Words, so it's kind of a rebalancing act. I don't really think it's actually going to be too strong of a change compared to what people think. Because you're going to get more Apotheosis uptime than you had before in raids. Because you'll have more Prayer of Mending casts with Oracle. And then in 5-mans, just having like your baseline spells cost less mana is only going to help you. So I feel like it's kind of just not much of a change. But who else? I mean, Shaman was fine, unless... Shaman, you'll have to drink here and there, because anytime you're casting like healing surges, it'll just munch up your mana a bunch. Prez seemed fine on mana, but I wasn't running Energy Loop, and that's always kind of like an easy cheat code. It always feels like if you run Energy Loop, you just never and you're fine. As long as you're going cat form, our Druid's fine. Do some kitty damage. I think what's really going to be punishing for mana is like disc in raids will get punished if you over apply atonements. I feel like Shaman would really benefit of just having some better control over their output instead of it just being so focused on chain heal 24/7. Seriously, gives 25% mana reduction? It does, yeah, but I don't think that you're going to play it for the mana. I don't think you're going to play it so you don't have to drink. Because you're also still casting a lot of chain heals as Farseer with the that munch talent that munches up your Riptides. When you use Piety now, if it consumes insight charges, it doesn't consume insight charges, it gives you 2 insight charges. Yeah. So what you could do is, since Piety lasts, what, 15 seconds? You could apply atonements, insight, penance, 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 and then hit like evangelism in the next 8 seconds or whatever that you have remaining if you needed to. And then that would work. So it basically just gives you, it allows you to like send your piety faster and get a bit more sustained value out of it. Because what often happens is if you hit piety alone, you hit evangelism with it or something, you'd still have like 7 or 8 seconds of kind of just like doing nothing with it. You know, you could like cast some flash shields. Often I would try to pool up my surge procs so I could like dump them during a piety duration or something like that to have the additional output. Because you're also running, or I should be running, I'm not right now, but I should be running Prophet's Will, which increases your flash heal healing to yourself. And so you would take advantage of the flash heal output there, dump flash heals into yourself, any overheal transfers to your buddies, something like that. Something like that. Whole big rant. WoW's gotten way too complicated. Three bolters, 1 pack. Wow, we wonder what stops will be meta here. I know, dude. I hope it's Warlock. They deserve it. Yeah. Healer I recommend to try out, considering all the upcoming changes. If you're already playing Disc, I think you should keep on playing it. It's really good. It's really, really good. Love the complications. Simple games get boring. If it is too complicated, I certainly don't want to dumb down to where your average person excels. The point is it should be difficult to do well. I agree. I think what happens, though, is... like, if you think about, like, other modern games, you know, you have, like, Counter-Strike, or you have, like, Marvel Rivals, or whatever, right? There's a much closer, like, difficulty band you could think of. Now, the difference between a pro player in, you know, Rivals or a pro player in CSGO or whatever, CS2, is way different because of positioning and planning and aim, right? But I think in a game like WoW, there's just, like, if you're not hitting some of your, like, setup abilities to empower your spells further, like, there's just massive differences between certain casts, you know? And I think that's what the big issue is right now. Because you look at some of these tier set bonuses, and it's like, if you cast this thing, it puts up this buff, and by having this buff up, it makes your other spell do more, and here's how you activate it. You know, it's just like so many things stacked on top of each other that make it harder to, I guess, succeed, you know? That's the real beef, I think. Yeah, like 8 modifiers on Vivify. Yep. 8 fucking modifiers on Vivify. I don't know. There just has to be like a balance to it. Yeah, like when Thune made a video and he like looked at like the tooltip of an ability and saw how long it was, and it's just like a mile long for no reason whatsoever. I think we've hit the point. Because like if you search penance, like look at all the different modifiers or things that impact penance. Yeah. Like CS and StarCraft, the difference between great and elite are actually small things. And WoW, the difference between great and elite is a much harder and complicated thing to work out. Yeah, exactly. It's like, how do you have the muscle memory on an encounter and learn those encounters and then play at a really high level for really, really long periods of time, you know? Old talent system would have them percent buffing penance instead of adding modifiers. It's true. It's true, man. They would have. Well, and the other problem I have with it is that this tier set bonus gives you a lot more penances. And then if that's too powerful, they're just going to make penance worse. So you cast more of a worse ability and it feels weaker, but you still just have to cast a lot of them. And then that's how you feel good. You know? Yeah. It's like, I like having more talents than the old, like, Shadowland system, but this is way too many talents, you know? Yeah, so, like, in a raid rotation, Brandon, you would basically, like, you would still Insight and Piety together. The difference would be that you would Solace and Clairvoyance together, so that way, basically, you get 2 extra stacks of Insight, whether you hit Piety or Solace. So the first evangelism, you would Insight and Piety as usual. The second one, instead of just sending Solace wherever, you would put Solace in the Insight slot, Clairvoyance in the Piety slot, and then every single time, you would get 5 Insight stacks. Yeah. Yeah. But I think a lot of people like the Dragonflight talents because they just power creeped everybody. Like, everybody got a lot of stuff. But then when you get too much stuff, they power creep the game. You get a lot of problems. I mean, that's why, you know, damage is way burstier than ever because everyone has more defensives than ever. Right? It's like an overdevelopment that the OG developers knew about, and that's why they implemented the pruning going into WoD. You know, it pissed everybody off, but it made gameplay just better. And that's why I think Fellowship's going to be really good. Because that game is starting fresh from the very beginning. And it's like built to be a seasonal game where you kind of like level up every season quickly. And then you go, you know, do higher content. And that's going to give them an opportunity to like speed up the game, slow down the game, and find that like right balance, you know? Because like everyone kind of gets upset about mana. And this is a whole rant on its own. But people get so upset about mana because they'll just be playing the game and then they run out of mana by just pressing their basic rotation in a dungeon. But in Fellowship, and then also just in the past in WoW, if you go back to like Cataclysm, mana would be a way that you could speed up your healing at the cost of your mana. And you could heal a little bit faster, get out of an oh no moment, be able to survive, and then just, you know, continue going out through the dungeon. Now it's like mana is sort of like attritioning down over time, and some specs feel fine, you know, kind of disc in season 2 right now. And then it's like, oh, a shaman? Oh, you cast a couple too many healing surges? Oh, you're using your surging totem? Boom, right? And that doesn't feel good. That's not satisfying. So the game right now is like, it punishes certain people more than others. When in the past, mana was sort of this tool to burn through healing quickly in emergencies, you know? That's true. I did see Fellowship has a lot of high mana regen out of combat. So that's another thing. You just get out of combat, you're walking to the next pack, you're regenning your mana, you go again, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It just gets messy, you know? It just gets messy. Devs are more okay with removing skills. We don't need more every expansion. I mean, that's the thing, is people expect it, though. That's the problem. But, you know, you look at, like, Final Fantasy, right? And a hit goes off, and if you don't have a DR up, you just instantly die from full. It's like, yay, I'm dead. Cool, right? And then all of your heals, you know, you take like your single target heals in a game like Final Fantasy, and they just lay on hands players, you know? They just like 100 to 0, or, you know, 10% to 100%, and they just bring somebody up insta. So there's so many of those abilities that just like push up health bars insta. Yeah. Bring back Shining Force. True, man. Too much crowd control for a priest, apparently. Just way too much. Unreal. So. Nah, I lost a bunch, Ira. I lost a bunch, unfortunately. Just wait, Fellowship in 20 years will be trash. Oh, man, we only have 20 years? Yeah, I had 2 games in Rivals last night where I had top kills as a healer. It was some biblical levels of pain. Is Arshaman a hard healer to start with? Nah, it's like super easy, Fear. It's one of the easiest healers to start with. Yeah. That's true. DPS are the worst. Can't be trusting them. Can't be trusting them. Healing usually feels good in Rivals. Usually. Sometimes you have one of those games where you're just fighting dive and DPS don't want to turn around and help you, and then it feels awful. So it kind of depends. Kind of depends. But at least I feel like I'm like well-rounded enough with a variety of healers that I can get away when I need to. Nah, I haven't actually opened up Overwatch in a while. Comparison with Final Fantasy is also a bit unfair. Damage there is more calculated and fixed. You can prep for it better, I agree. But my point was more like healing is much more spreadsheet healing. Like, people complain about WoW becoming very like spreadsheet healing, where you just assign all these cooldowns and then you take care of the whole mechanics. But I would say Final Fantasy is even more so that way. And my issue with that is there's not too many opportunities where you just sit there and you just heal, you know? You just sit there, use your rotational abilities, you just go, right? Yeah, that's why I'm hyped for Fellowship, though, Positivity, is because WoW has desperately needed some Mplus competition for an insanely long time. They are so reluctant to make changes and make big changes to the game when it comes to keys. Like, it took 8 years for them to fiddle around with the idea of keys not depleting. That's insane. Actually insane. Like, I can't believe it's taken that long, you know? So, yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. Brazil's cheeks. I like the idea of Brazil's, but I want them to do more to, like, give you quality of life in dungeons if you do, like, world activities. Like, you could basically, like, empower a keystone. If it's not resilient, you know, you have, like, a non-resilient 20. You could empower it by spending some world currency, by doing world quests or whatever, and then you could make it not deplete one time. So you have 2 chances at it. Like, something like that would be nice. Use some world currency to re-roll your keys without having to do a homework key to re-roll everybody's dungeon. Stuff like that would be nice. You know? Yeah, I hope the game will do well, Posy. I hope the game will do well. I know I'm going to play a bunch of it when it comes out. Yep. But yeah, I enjoyed Final Fantasy in like progressing the Savage raids, but the healing, there were like only a couple fights that were like really fun to heal, you know? Titan like Residuum for key rerolls? Something. Well, it's like there's so many people that just sit in the capital cities all the time, right? There's so many times people sit in the capital cities with nothing to do while they wait to do dungeons. You got to give them like a reason to go out into the world, do some world quests, get some quality of life for their dungeons, and then kind of go from there, right? That's my thought. That's my thought. That's my hope. Good tip for raid healing if you've never done it. I guess just reading the guides, man. There's so many tips. Where do I even begin? Read the Wowhead guides. Get a good understanding of what your role is going to be in the dungeon, in the raids. Don't die. You know? Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of glad the DPS part for healing is missing, though, JD, because not a lot of healers. I don't know. I've never really enjoyed the like healer DPS aspect of Final Fantasy, where your goal is to maximize your DPS. Because if just like one healer is not on board with it, then it turns into a nightmare. It really, really turns into a nightmare. All right, gamers. I'm going to chill. I'm going to get working on some videos and everything like that. I didn't get a chance to play Call of Dragons today, but it has been pretty fun. I'll probably play it tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday, whenever we get back to streaming. Whenever we get back to it. If you guys want to check it out, that'll be awesome. If you want details, just get CurseForge. Whenever it wants to load for me. And then there should be an option in the drop-down menu for like a retail PTR, retail PTR X, and then that's where you download details. And then it'll take care of you. And I'll take care of you. Yep. Absolutely, guys. Take it easy. Have a great night. I will be working on some videos, so make sure you sub to the YouTube and stuff like that as well. And we already have a new video going up over all the changes and some initial first impressions as well. All right? GG's, guys. Take it easy.